that stream go button. Make stream happen go button. Thing working. Now we find out where is broadcast alert. Slates, ads, insertion. Man, this new thing. Okay, what do I do? View on watch page. And that gives me, there we go, got the link. Okay. But I also need to pop out chat so that I can actually see chat. There we go. Got that up. Oh man, there's a lot going on already. Okay, so how's everybody doing? It is crazy cold out there. It is wicked cold out there. It's minus 21 Celsius with wind chill, bringing it down to minus 32 degrees Celsius, which in Fahrenheit is... Oh, it's going to be, let's see, Celsius minus 32 is minus 25.6, minus 26 degrees Fahrenheit with the wind chill. So now, for those of you who come from places that don't get cold, that don't get like actually cold, basically around minus 10 Celsius is where things start to get, they start to get a little bit real. Down to minus 10, you can, it's cold, but you can more or less function. You'll need a jacket. You'll need cold weather gear. You'll need to dress for the weather, but you'll be fine. You can spend basically all day out in it as long as you've got, jacket, gloves, hat, some decent boots or decent footwear, thick socks. You'll be fine. Minus 20 is where it actually like really, really gets real. Minus 20 is the point where being outside starts to get really troublesome. So you can't just spend, you got to put extra prep into it. You either need to like really dress for the weather or you need to start really limiting your time at it. And minus 30 is when is the hazard line. At minus 30, if you're not prepared for the weather, it's not just going to be like miserable, it becomes dangerous. With the weather out there right now at minus 32, with the wind chill, I took my gloves off to catch a Geodude, because I'm that dumbass. I took my gloves off to catch a Geodude, and in the less than a minute that it took to do that, I just about frostbit my hand. So yeah, we are at that point on the cold scale. And then minus 40 is the point where even here up in Canada, everything starts shutting down, because at that point it's just too dangerous. Like you can't really safely be out in that without special equipment. So yeah. And yes, Blake Beals, that is a fun fact and that is a good fact. Minus 40 is the point where the two scales converge. So minus 40 below is the same temperature in Celsius and Fahrenheit. It's where the two scales converge. So yeah. So up here in Alberta, it's a little wild right now. And so part of that, what ends up happening with that is that it's so cold that the road deck itself is super cooled. I shouldn't say super cooled. That actually has like a specific scientific meaning. Any sort of condensation, any sort of humidity that comes in contact with the road surface freezes like instantly. So the roads are always constantly, perpetually slippery. Normally what'll happen during the day, so like if it's say minus 15 out, minus 10, if it's minus 10 out, what'll happen is like, okay, it's cold enough that the roads are going to freeze, or that like water on the road is going to freeze, but what's going to happen is as cars drive over it, it's going to, the friction of the cars driving over it is going to raise the temperature of the road deck enough that anything that kind of touches the road deck is going to stay liquid long enough for the next car to drive over it. And it basically manages to maintain a state where it's wet or even dry if it's a busy enough road. But when it's this cold, unless like cars can't safely go fast enough to raise the temperature of the road high enough to prevent it from just turning into a sheet of ice. So even clear roads are super slippery. And any road that isn't clear is even worse. And you get the plows going along. And so the plows will go along the road and they'll scrape it off, but they're not always able to go all the way down to asphalt. So they're going along and they're plowing off, you got this much snow on the road. You've got 6 to 12 inches of snow on the road that piled up over overnight, but you can't just scrape and they will at times scrape the plow just like right on the asphalt, but that damages the plow and it damages the road. So on a lot of side roads, they save it. Lower speed roads, they'll save it and they'll raise the plow up about a half an inch. And so it's actually just skimming most of the snow off the top. So you're not driving through a full snowdrift, but there's still snow on the road deck and that'll get hard pressed. And so you've got this thin layer of hard packed snow surface that is now the road surface. And yeah, you don't want to be stopping on that. It's dangerous. And that's what the entire city is like right now. The entire province. It's absurd. So I had to go drop off a bunch of equipment that we had rented last Friday. And yeah, it took me an hour and a half just to get to a community that's the guy we rented it from, he doesn't live too far away. It's normally a 10-15 minute drive. And it took an hour and a half to do the round trip. So yeah. How is this Dark Souls 3? Okay, so for those who are joining us, for the new people, for the newcomers. So normally this is just me kind of newly moving over to YouTube from Twitch. And normally there's just kind of this preamble phase where we just kind of talk about whatever before things get going while people join the channel. So I'm not really familiar with the I don't know if the etiquette is different here, if you're supposed to just sort of like fire it up and go right into it. But I usually do a nice little preamble just while people filter in. So so that's the normal what's going on here. But we do have the Dark Souls 3. And I got to remember what else I had a bunch of topics planned and I need to remind myself of what they are. I've got a list around here because I wrote it down and I need to pull it up. Roads were awful, getting fired up. No. Right, I got the, right. A couple sort of technical things. I did get I think I got the audio drift fixed problem. I think I got that problem fixed. The delay. Let me know if it isn't properly delayed, because I put in a 200 millisecond sync offset onto the main input, and that I feel should have done it, but I don't know. I did a bunch of tests, but I mean I've had to restart and a bunch of other things and whatnot, so it may have slipped again. Also, let me know if the 60p, so 1080 60, we got that working, I think. Let me know if that's actually behaving itself, because reasons. It should look better. It should flow better, and it's cool. And it's a major advantage over Twitch because in order to get that on Twitch, you actually need to be like properly partnered. So, why are my likes dislikes disabled? Okay, I guess this is a huge question that's been coming up a lot lately. I don't find likes and dislikes to be a terribly meaningful metric. I see them get used a lot to essentially just create a false sense of consensus, like a proof of some underlying truth based on the results. And this goes both ways. This goes both in terms of people saying it's like, well, clearly something must be good because it got lots of upvotes, or clearly something must be awful because it got lots of downvotes. And I don't find that to be terribly meaningful. And I also find that people, the information influences how people are going to respond, and it creates a snowball effect. And now this is the aspect of likes and dislikes that people actually typically talk about using positively. Like, hey, if you get a lot of initial inertia off of a lot of early likes, then people are more likely to view your video positively, and they're going to react accordingly, and they're probably going to vote accordingly as well. But then that goes the other direction, is that if something starts getting a inertia of negative views, or negative if it starts getting a lot of dislikes, then it's probably going to get more, because people are going to be influenced by that perception, which just ends up tainting the data. The data is no longer meaningful or valuable, and it's already, I think, just not super valuable in and of itself. So, that, and then the further dimension of it, just to keep it even more complicated, is that when you've attracted the ire of like Gamergate and 4chan and Baphomet and Kiwi Farms, and I have stalkers, and there's people who will like go around and obsessively downvote things, and they will mass downvote absolutely everything in an attempt at causing these kind of chain reactions, these kind of consensus perceptions, where it's like, hey, if we can jump in on this person's videos and just kind of pile up the downvotes early, then anyone who comes in and sees it afterwards is going to be influenced by that. It's community manipulation. It allows for things to be more easily hijacked by malicious intent. Yeah, disabling likes or disabling the display. Now, here's the thing: is that the vast majority of people really don't care about the rating. Like most people don't even notice that it isn't there. And so it's just kind of like whatever. They just kind of go on. But the people who do care are super, super passionate about it. Like, it's weird just how deeply, like, I personally find it weird just how deeply that display matters to a small chunk of people. And they're not all negative. Like, it's not like it just matters to stalkers and harassers. Like, it matters to other people as well. It's just it is kind of strange because I don't share that passion. It isn't that meaningful to me personally. So when I hear people get that passionate about it, I'm just like, okay. It's like if you ran into someone who was just like really, really into crackers. That it's like they could tell you all about, the different formulas of saltines that different restaurants use, and they're comparing them to each other super intensely, and it's just like, okay, that's what, like, I guess that's a thing that is I'm glad you have a hobby. Nope. And there we go. Dragon Slayer armor down. You know, it's so. Oh, Air of Fire. There's something I wanted to mention here, but so we need to praise the sun. Praise the sun, everybody. That one guy didn't praise the sun. He's not invited to my birthday. Oh, sorry. Now there's something that. One, two. What are people saying? Comments should be more or less, or should be there. There's going to be a little bit of a delay between comments, but I need to look off to the side in order to see them. So if we want to talk about like what things are actually showing, oh, that's the live view. I'm just gonna pull up. So the funny thing is a lot of people who will, like, they'll continuously post comments about how it's like, I bet this thing has so many downvotes and that's why you hit it. And almost always, like, it's got just tons. So, like, the Suicide Squad video has like 15,000, almost 16,000 thumbs up and less than 1,000 thumbs down. And it's like, cool. You know, I don't know. It doesn't mean anything to me. But at the same time, I debate personally which one chafes me less. The constant people constantly asking why are downvotes, like, why is the voting display disabled, and or the people using it maliciously, using it to try and prove some absolute truth. And the thing is I don't know. So I did want to talk about the game a little bit. One of the things that I was thinking about earlier today. Now, for those who were here last week for the stream, you may have noted, why are there so many bloodstains here? What were people trying? I don't know what people were trying, but I don't want to figure it out. And I'm a coward, so I feel like this might be an ambush. Alright, not an ambush, just a Titanite chunk. One of the things that I was thinking about earlier in the game, so you defeat many of the bosses, and they say, you know, like, Air of Fire. And, you know, so many of the people that you're fighting, the things that you need to eliminate in the pursuit of your goals, are themselves servants of the flame, which is ostensibly the good guys. You know, if you're looking at this broad conflict of, if you want to try to turn the conflict of Dark Souls into a more traditional narrative, then it is a good versus evil, it's light versus dark, it's fire versus darkness. But within that, the fire contraption doesn't move. Okay, I've never been down here. I don't know what's coming. So the fire is sort of a vague analog for good, but it's also not, because there's this implication within the lore of the game that the fire is not. Oh crap. Oh, that hurt real bad. That hurt real bad. Okay. All right. Um, the fire is also dangerous, and that servants of the fire go insane, that they lose themselves to madness, that being a servant of the fire is essentially a form of slavery, that you become beholden to it forever. Uh, I feel like I'm gonna get jumped by a bunch of tiny little minions. Like they're gonna be crawling on the walls like that. Um, and they always offer you these kind of the games offer you a third option. So for all right, for those who were here last week, you may notice that I am nowhere near where we left off because I ran around and did a whole bunch during the week because I needed to unwind. And yeah, so we're a lot farther. And one of the things that I did was, or one of the things that I wound up discovering was the dark version of the Firelink Shrine. And wow, that was a trip. And so while you're there, you end up also finding the Flamekeeper's eyes. And if you give the Flamekeeper's eyes to the Keeper of the Flame in the normal version of the shrine, and if tiny little guys jump up behind me, ah, his lunge was better than my lunge. His lunge game was on point. Um, if you give her the eyes, then you get the option of you get the third column option for the ending, which is she tells you pretty much straight up that like, hey, with these, if you want, we can basically just totally hijack the whole system and break the cycle. And the implications of that is that it's you know a bad thing, but also not the worst thing. So there's this melancholy that underpins Dark Souls, where it's like, hey, the cycle of fire, like maintaining the fire and constantly needing to like refresh it, is awful and just causes like so much pain and suffering, and everything breaks and falls apart, and the whole world is just constantly on the verge of complete decay. It's just crumbling. And preserving the fire essentially is just prolonging some almost inevitable just total collapse. But the alternative of turning things over to the dark is worse. I wanted to roll there, but I didn't. Oh, you are stronger than average. Smarter than the average skeleton pope. Oh, also, I went back and revisited things. It's hard to see in the actual like game light, but if I pull up, there we go. I tweaked my look to really capture the Dusk of Ulasil cosplay, and unfortunately, in the actual game world, she just looks like she came out of a coal mine at all times. Also, I'm embered, so there's a very good chance that I'm going to get invaded at some point. And then you get to watch me suck and die at... What? No. Then you get to watch me suck and die at PvP. Check out the book, Salt, A World History. Oh, the history of salt? That sounds amazing. That's, This definitely looks like it's going to kill me. Is that a drop or a step? All right. Let's... Okay. Stay away from the bookcases. When you grab a book grabs you. I don't want to chase that one. I'll chase this one. Is it gonna want a third? What? What? That thing, that took off super fast. That shouldn't have taken off that fast. I feel cheated. Robbed of my twinkling titanite. Oh hey, look at you. I cannot target you. Are you a I can't target them. But I can just manually stab them. So there's that. Alright. Weird. Oh, crap. I'm gonna die, probably. I'm a victim of my own hubris. Alright. We're gonna apparently miss you. There we go. I am out of those flasks. But there's a home bone. I don't feel like I need to home bone quite yet. But there's a bunch of them. Maybe see if I can. Alright, they're only going to take 2. Assuming they get hit by it. Ow. Ow. Frickin' thralls. Oh, oh, oh. Alright, homebone time. Or wait, I don't need a homebone. I've got a coiled sword fragment. Wait, do I seriously have 126,000? Oh, geez, I should go spend too. But so Dark Souls always presents you with this dichotomy or this option that it's like, hey, you can preserve the Age of Fire. You know, do the air quote good thing, correct thing. I don't know what to put my points in anymore. I guess I could just level vigor, maybe start boosting dexterity for cast speed. Where is cast speed? Is cast speed not visible on the stats in this one? I know it affects it. Could keep going faith. Just get a couple low-level miracles and some pyromancies again. I don't really need my attunement to go higher than 30. I mean, I guess I could just keep going with attunement up to 40. No point in taking intelligence past 60. Maybe boost endurance? I don't know. My gut says faith, purely because I like those spells. Also, unable to connect to chat. What's going on? Stream status is good. Unable to connect to chat. All right, let's reload chat. There we go. Yeah, I feel like endurance, you can't really go wrong with endurance. Grand Archives. Yeah, you need faith for pyro, but the thing is I'm hitting all of the breakpoints where, like, in order to really get my pyro, like, barring a couple rare situations at this point now, my sorceries do so much more damage, even when even in situations where something is like strong against arcane damage, my sorceries just do so much more damage that they often do the same against a weak target or against a strong target as they do as like switching over to fire orb would do. Alright, not that many hits, but okay. We don't need to do quite as much exploring because we got most of the items. Oh. Lame. What a waste of mana. Also, it's... Oh, wait. Half the time, see, half the time my sword won't actually hit them, and I don't, something about the attack pattern is just kind of like that misses and then that one hits. It's every second one actually goes down enough to hit the things, the lizards, crystal lizards. Also, might as well use that piercing. That's the wrong target, but they need to die too, so I guess there is no wrong target. Alright, let's stop wasting mana. FP. And I feel like I didn't actually kill you, but you're dead. Alright, let's do this wax thing. Let's... oh god. It's never gonna get out of my ears. Oh, hey, I didn't come this way last time. Okay. Well, you're gonna be not that much of a problem once I get my... once I roll on time. Alright, that was not good. These spear using guys are actually kind of hard to bait. I haven't really gotten the hang of them yet. I mostly just fail my way forward past them, which, you know, is pretty bad. Alright. I know there's lizards. Now that I know what's in this room. Ah, stupid lizard. Alright, we'll give up on you. Target the lizard. There we go. Target... Wow. Okay. Apparently knowing is more than half the battle, or is less than half the battle. There's more battle than there is just knowing. I have no idea what the wax does. It apparently doesn't make me good at the game. Does it just make the bookshelves ignore me? Nope. Gee, Dan, maybe you shouldn't stand in the spot that you know the Crystal Sorcerer can just bombard. Revolutionary gameplay ideas, courtesy the Foldable Human. Wait, did I pass that one? What's going on? Alright. I'm talking about that lizard off to the left there. But we're gonna get Soul Spear up. And we're gonna get rained on like a chump. Hey, like a chump. Hey, like a chump. Then we're gonna have to run away also like a chump. That's not a good spot on the health-o-meter to be at. So Soul Spear costs like way more mana, way more FP for the damage base that you get out of it versus greater great heavy soul arrow. But it also casts way faster than great heavy soul arrow. So we're just gonna burn FP and cast soul spears. And eat crystal soul spears. And we're probably gonna eat a crystal rain. No, we're not. We're gonna jump out of the way of it. Alright, what is it? It's rain. Okay, teleported again. And I am out of flasks again. Oh. And okay. Oh look, a ladder. Oh, hey, a ladder. That ladder's always there. Okay, so you can sneak up. Kind of. Ish. Alright, good to know. Now we know. I didn't need to go to the shrine.
Would you like a ragdoll cat?
Let's bring an Amy in here. This right here. This right here is where ragdolls get their name from. Just doing this. All right. Hey, Amy, are you gonna coil up, or are you gonna go chase?
She was in the process of stretching up to sleep.
All right. Maybe Amy will take a nap. That would be good. Or maybe she just doesn't want to nap on my lap. She might. Oh no, she's interested in my pizza box. She's like, "What's that?" Okay. Alright, so I can only get 2 in. Good to know. Screw you, you stupid lizards. Freaking crystal lizards. Jerks. Alright. 1 damage. Ow. Today on getting hit by things you know are coming. Two Twinkling Titanite. Alright. Soul Spear. Ow. Now, I think... Oh, she can still kind of almost get me from way over there. Wait. How? You know what? I got a way better plan. I got a way better plan than chasing this sucker all over the place. Because I am a coward. And so we are going to use a coward's methods. Oh, man. Written in... Oh, so... Yeah, so I've got some... I kind of wish that YouTube allowed for you to have a separate set of defaults for streams than the ones for normal, because it's a little... Yeah. It's a little weird. It does get a little weird. Okay. Okay. We are going to use a coward's methods, and so we are going to... Oh, only got 3. Maybe it'll be enough. But we should have tons of dung pies. Turns enemy toxic. We've got plenty of other thing, whatnot. What? Still... You could only attack twice? What? You only get 2 attacks, and then she takes off. Oh, that's garbage. Alright, maybe the coward's way is not going to work quite as well as I thought it would. Or maybe I got too close? I don't know. wrong button. That's gonna kill me. Oh, we got Toxic off. So, how are you? I love dogs. I've always loved dogs. So Jupiter Ascending has been coming up a lot. So there's a lot of new people coming to the channel, tens of thousands actually. So a lot of people are just freshly discovering my love of Jupiter Ascending. And now, here's the thing: Jupiter Ascending is not a good movie. It's a great movie, but it's not a good movie. And I can qualify that further. So I think I like Jupiter Ascending. I love Jupiter Ascending in the same way that I love Chronicles of Riddick. It's absurd, it's silly, but it's also passionate. It is doing something that really otherwise would not get done. And there we go. So that's down, but we've got more dung pies and we've got plenty of Estus. So the dung pies work, but the throwing... Wrong button, Dan, you moron. Oh, that's just... Oh, hey, I lived. Amazingly, somehow, despite my idiocy, I lived. I did not deserve to live there. Okay. So, Jupiter Ascending is great trash. It is not a good movie, but boy, is it one of a kind, and boy, is it fun, and boy, do I like it. Oh, you only need 2 dung pies. So, yeah, I mean, so it's a lot of fun, and it's the kind of ham that, yeah, you're just not gonna get anywhere else, and it's the kind of just brilliant, expensive, bad idea that we could do with more of, because, you know, it has some levity, it has some fun, there's some just energy to it, and we have so many big budget awful ideas that are awful because they're invaded. Okay. Where do you think this person spawns? Also, should I just use a branch and turn myself into a... Should I just hide? I'm so close to finishing this freaking... Oh, I'm out of flasks. Alright. And there's the Dark Spirit. Okay. frick. Oh, and it just... I hate invasions. What a garbage. Wait, did I get it? Did it actually give it to me? I did. Okay, it did die in time. Oh, thank goodness. Oh, I was about to be very not happy. No, I haven't played the Dark Souls 2 DLCs. I've got Scholar of the First Sin, but I'm... Where am I? I'm not very far into Scholar of the First Sin. I've mostly just been faffing about, which is what I normally do in every game ever. Also, I don't need to talk to her, like, at all. But I do need to go back and get my souls back, because even though I can give... even though I can give Orbeck the scroll, I can't actually buy any of these spells, because I don't have any souls because of an invader. Thanks, asshole. Yeah, where do we go? 18,000, 10,000, 15,000. So 25, 35, 43,000.
Stay safe.
43,000 to get all of them. I really only need 2 of them, but 43,000 to get all of them. Okay. My character's fashion sense needs an overhaul? Are you trashing the fashion sense of Dusk of Ulasil? Dusk is a classy lady, and she will hear none of this. She is Ulasil Highborn. All right. And we're going to continue to run past most of this garbage because it's garbage and we don't like it and it's bad. And it's a waste of time and resources in a very large area. A very, very large area. Also, I never checked what was at the end of the tunnel past the Spear Knight. Yeah, that's going to be a problem. Alright, we will deal with those 2 little craps later. I am pretty happy about White Dragon Breath catching that guy on the ladder. I bet that was a moment he wasn't expecting. Alright, 62,000. I haven't seen Speed Racer. It's it's the one movie of theirs that I haven't seen. And the weird thing is, it seems to be kind of strangely hard to actually get a hold of. Like, it's not on Netflix, I don't think. I mean, I've gone looking for it and it wasn't there. Right, wait, what? No. Home and Crystal Soul Mass, yes. Crystal Soul Spear, absolutely double yes. Soul Great Sorrow, I already have. Crystal Magic Weapon, why not? We want to fill out everything. Have. Do. Just the 3, yes, there we go. Okay.
Stay safe.
Favorite movie of 2016 is Under the Shadow. It's I've talked about it. I've talked about it a bunch. So I got to see it at a film festival. All right, so we want Crystal Soul Spear. We still want Great Heavy Soul Arrow. We probably want to trade White Dragon's Breath, which is really situational, for Homing Crystal Soul Mass. Fair and Flash Sword we want to keep. Spook and Hidden Body, yep. Under the Shadow. So it's an Iranian horror film about the patriarchy. Metaphorically, it's about the patriarchy. In diegetically, it's about a jinn, or a Middle Eastern evil spirit. And no, it was really good, really well done, very psychological, very very well built, with a very Eastern ending, or I should say like non-European, non-American ending, that the final notes, like in the same way, like, okay, if you've read Junji Ito's work, you know, if you've read Uzumaki, if you've read Mystery of Kamigawa Fault, wait, is that what it's called? Curiosity of Kamigawa Fault? That one. You know, if you're familiar with his work, then you'll know that it's like, okay, well, when you get to the end, all right, that actually didn't seem to do more damage. But hey, it kills things in 1/2 hits. Also, it uses my mana bar a lot more efficiently. Okay. That the endings often have, like, I don't just want to say it's like, oh well, they're sad endings or they're negative endings, but even when it's a positive ending, even when things kind of appear to work out, there's a sense of inevitability to them. That goes beyond the immediate sort of scenario. And I'm not super worried about getting jumped, but I'm minorly worried about getting jumped. Alright. Ooh, Crystal Chime. A tool that I cannot use and don't have any sort of real need for. And I don't need to go down there, question mark. I've got everything. Okay. You know, they'll end with some sort of like hanging inevitability that implies that even if people manage to get away, even if people manage to survive, that in the long term, you know, you're still kind of screwed. It's not ultimately going to work out. It just sort of worked out this once for this period of time. Twinkly Titanite Chaos Gem, go! Already disappeared. Man, I hate that one. Yeah, so there's that kind of a tone and element to it that just made it, I think, really effective. And now Netflix purchased distribution rights for Under the Shadow, and I was thinking they were going to have it up for the end of the year, because that was kind of their original plan, but that didn't happen. However, like, I think that didn't happen because it also wound up having a short theatrical run around Halloween, and I don't know what the current timeline is on kind of getting it out to a mass audience. But no, when that does hit Netflix, it should kind of go global. And I highly recommend watching that one. It's good. It's good stuff. Iranians tend to make really good films, which I know sounds kind of odd and what's the word I'm looking for? Essentialist. But what I mean by it is that Iran actually has a really, really good culture of film, a very long culture of film. I was very sad when Abbas Kiarostami passed away last year. He has made some just truly amazing movies. I mean, if you want to talk about so Abbas Kiarostami makes Christopher Nolan, and like Christopher Nolan's work with convoluted narratives. It makes Memento, and it makes every American meta movie look like Babby's first film. So Abbas has a movie that. So there was a huge earthquake in Iran, and no. Oh frick! Where to even start on describing this movie? Okay, so it's a quasi-documentary about Kiarostami going back to track down the actors from his previous film, who were children in his previous film, which was like 8 years prior, so they would be teenagers now. And they live in an area of Iran that was impacted by an earthquake. However, in the documentary, Abbas Kiarostami, the director, is played by an actor, and the kids who were actors are played also by actors who are different than... No, they're played by people, but they are acting... They are actors playing actors who were they are actors playing themselves, versions of themselves, who were quasi-autobiographical in the previous movie, which they were actors playing autobiographical characters in. And there's a moment in the movie where they're talking with a lady who... They're having this conversation. So they're just having this conversation with this old lady, documentary style. And then something happens, and a crew member steps in off frame and corrects her line and sets her prop, and resets the scene, and it just kind of keeps going with these constant, persistent reminders that you are watching a manufactured product. That it is a movie that was made, and that because it is a movie that was made, that you cannot trust anything about what it claims to be truth. That virtually everything that this movie says is, real, is in fact fabricated. That everyone it says is an actual person is an actor. That, like, the director himself is played by an actor in the movie that is ostensibly a documentary about him going to do a thing. It's amazing. So it's not through the olive trees. It's oh, gee, just a sec. Why am I? Mm, it's after Where's the Friend's House? Tuesday through the Life and Nothing More. Also called And Life Goes On. This Is Not a Film is another amazing piece of Iranian filmmaking. Also, This Looks Dangerous. You know what? We're going to double up. We're also going to Spook. And we're going to see if we can get a backstab in. Bye. And oh, I see. Okay, so this is a back way. This is a back way if you go and you get some items and you're dropping down. All right. That's... Wait, is this a... Oh, cool. Scholar Ring. That sounds magical. I guess we can just go to equipment. Scholar Ring, Scholar Ring. What did it look like? Dust Crown, Sage, Lingering, Thorns, Deep, Saints, Scholar Ring. Increases in... Oh, okay. +3 intelligence. Not worth it. Hey, you know how you're supposed to wait for them to fire and then you step out kind of right as your cast is about to end? Well, I don't do that. I just eat soul arrows to the face. People say that like no hit, no dying is like the real hardcore way of playing Dark Souls. I say just face tanking everything That's the real hardcore way of playing Dark Souls. Also, I see a bunch of items that I can go around and get. Okay, so there's where... Alright, I see the path. Okay, so drop down onto this bookshelf, get a Titanite scale, and then that over there. Wait, how? Well, okay. Let's see. Oh, hey. That ladder's also a shortcut. Do I need to cut across all of these bookshelves? Or do I need to drop down from somewhere? I feel like that's a drop. But where from? Maybe from where we just were. That's a possibility. Let's go check. So, up the stairs. Avoid the bad touch. Drop here. Let's try spook. There we go. Evelyn. Are you a weird crossbow? What are you? You are a weird crossbow. Special is tackle. What? An extremely rare rapid-firing crossbow. Fires 3 successive bolts by means of an elaborate mechanism, inflict heavy damage by making all 3 shots count. Despite its use as a weapon, this crossbow is also a priceless work of art, and it bears resemblance to a musical instrument. Skill tackle. Lunge into a shoulder tackle, pushing back enemies to create distance. Oh, okay. Cool. I don't have the stats to even remotely start using it, so... I don't want to say it's useless, but it's functionally useless to me at this moment. Yeah, spook is based. So spook has 2 uses. The first is that it masks your footsteps so that you don't make noise, which is useful on certain opponents as well as PvP. Like it's hugely beneficial on some boss fights that are sound based. And then the other use of it is that if I want to be kind of specific about what I say, because it doesn't just cancel fall damage. If you make a fall that you could survive, you won't take damage from it. But if it's a fall that would kill you, you die. Oh, boo. Now, where the hell am I stuck? Wait, where the hell am I stuck? Okay, here we go. I'm getting the hang of this place. All right, I think I think I'll finally just cross that bridge. There's still, I mean, I know there's still two lizards in this broader area so that one just escaped, and there's another one in the kind of foggy room that escaped me, and this is also looking like bad news. Or good news. Work? Work? Yay! Shortcut. Wait, not shortcut. Maybe? What? Where am I? Oh, I see. I hate these freaking gremlins. Alright, so that's a much shorter path from the bonfire. Wrong button. Wrong spell. Right button. Correct button. Wrong spell. Alright. Taking it to the head. Spells to the face. Ho! Ho, did you see that? Yeah, who's got skills at accidentally, unintentionally avoiding damage that they shouldn't have been taking in the first place? It's this guy. Man, there's a lot of you suckers. Alright. That doesn't do nearly enough in this game versus the previous ones. Arms all over the place. No, die. Stop being alive. Cursed instant death. Yeah. I should have backed off. But hey, I got all of that stuff out of there. I haven't played Overwatch. I don't I don't have it. So the reason I haven't played Overwatch is because my main workstation is Mac. I have a Windows partition built into it. Also, that was unnecessary. Unnecessary violence. I have a Windows partition built into it, but you know, it's a lot of work in order to, or I shouldn't say it's a lot of work. It's an interruption. It's a significant interruption to switch from one to the other. So, generally speaking, I'll only switch over for games that I intend on playing for large chunks of time, like really large chunks of time. Like, okay, we're going to be playing for, you know, a 4-hour block, or we're going to be working our way through a narrative game, or I'm doing a stream or something. And under those types of circumstances, like, you know, it's worth it. But for casual games, and when I say casual games, really what I'm meaning is not like, oh, games for casual players. What I mean is a game that you play fairly casually, like you put in, you know, 30 to 60 minutes a day. You know, your League of Legends, your what was the other example that I was just thinking of? Basically any kind of persistent game that doesn't really have a goal, that you just kind of do. Any match-based game. There's a clearer way of explaining it. Any match-based game. Match-based games where it's like, okay, you're gonna do 1 or 2 per day to get your, you know, daily points or whatever, complete your daily quests. Those I kind of need to have like regularly accessible. Like, so the lack of Mac support for Overwatch is basically what prevents me from actually feeling like it's worth dropping $60 on. Actually, I shouldn't say $60, $80. It is $80 Canadian. Come on, hit it once. There we go. Before I get cursed and die again. I'm gonna die. Gonna die. Gonna get cursed. Gonna die. Did not die. Did not get cursed and did not die, but my curse bar is so full that I am going to just stand here for a bit and let it go down. So Noah is utterly fantastic at, I don't even think he knows necessarily what he's fantastic at. Like, I mean, he doesn't have, as far as I know, he doesn't have any, like, you know, university training or whatever, so he probably wouldn't put it into these words, but Noah is absolutely fantastic at a style of writing called autoethnography. So ethnography is the formal explanation or the formal definition of the way that people behave, or the formal definitions of the way that people behave. It's basically a fancy way of saying cataloging, you know, cultural mores, cultural expressions. And he is absolutely fantastic about with these long form ethnographic, autobiographical histories of video games and of video game series. Because if you watch his stuff, like, ultimately what you're watching is, yes, you're watching a recap of, or a summary, a long form summary of a video game series. But really, what you're watching is you're watching Noah's personal history and his explanation of the cultural behaviors surrounding those video games and those video game series, and the way the audience's relationship to those changed over time or have changed over time. And yeah, it is very impressive. Oh, we're back outside. Yeah, I should fully, like, full disclosure, I don't know a whole lot about his personal life. I mean, I know he was working at a pizza place. I I think, yeah, it was correct that his dad's a professor, but I don't think he's got any schooling, but or I don't know. I honestly couldn't say. I probably should make even fewer assumptions than the ones I've already made. But no, his writing is fantastic as an approach to um, culture and history through the lens of personal experience. I'm trying to figure out where I am in relationship to where I have been before in order to try and remember kind of what stuff I might be keeping my eyes open for. All right. Is two gonna do it? Two's gonna do it. Okay. Another Titanite chunk. Alright, I don't think that's safe to go down. I'm not seeing many notes. I feel like I got knocked offline. Have I been down there? I don't recognize it, but I also don't see any items, so I don't know. It might just be a traverse. Oh wait. Yeah, no, I've definitely not been down there because I haven't seen them before. Oh wow. Oh. Oh, that's okay. All right. We're going to get through this by impaling things. They might have been friends, I don't know, but I'm too I'm too nervous about being stuck down here to worry about friendship. Also, these bird things. I mean, I have seen these bird things ahead, or bird. I have seen them before, so I know that they're not exactly super friendly most of the time, ever. Alright, well, now that we're down here, I don't really see any items. But there's some items there. How do you spell trap? You spell it item in plain sight. Oh, here we go. We're back at the night. All right. And we got his armor this time. Yay! Okay, so there's going to be a guy on the right-hand side standing on a little platform who's back alive because we didn't kill him. But there we go. No need to worry anymore. We're back up to 100,000 souls, which I think is maybe 1 level, possibly 2. Okay. I'm gonna quickly run past all of these just to make sure I didn't miss anything, and I don't think I did. So that was just unnecessary damage. Oh, hey, a chest. Uh, 3 scales. I think it's worth... I actually think it's worth a jog back to the bonfire. Check the chain. People were talking about errant signal earlier. Chris is really, really good at consistency. Like he and Leon. Did I just... seriously, Dan. How do you get up in the morning? I swear I can put my pants on correct in less than 3 tries. No, Leon and Chris are both incredibly good at consistency about, you know, they have a schedule. They have a format, and they're able to stick with it and produce, you know, work up to a solid quality, just always on schedule, and they've got things planned reasonably well far in advance. And this is one of the things that I always feel is one of my weaknesses, is that I'm very easily distracted by, you know, formats and, you know, new formats and new approaches and new things, and, you know, changing my branding and structure, and just playing with the format and everything around that. To the point that, like, what I post these days only kind of has a passing resemblance, really, to the stuff that I was posting historically. And so I'm gonna actually run back down the stairs because my hidden body's about to wear off, and we're just gonna clear this out as we should. We are, however, going to recast Hidden Body just so we're not getting bombarded by all of them at once. All right, you. 1, 2, 3. All right, you. 1, 2, 3. No, 3. Come on. Eat it. Alright. Alright. 2 of you. That's worth crystal. 1. You moved. You were supposed to get hit. Chapping my hide. You're killing me, Smalls. Scholar's robe. That might be cool. But we're gonna get cursed. We're gonna get out of there before we get cursed. Now, okay. Is that up there? Because there's that dude. How do we think we get up there? Alright, I see a door there. Trying to feel it out. Or rather trying to visualize it. Because we come up here, so now we're on the same level. Yeah. But we can't get out that way. So if we go out here, and then we drop down, we're now back below. And now we're up at the same level, but, And then this route kind of just takes us all the way back. Oh, wait, no. There was an area. Right. Because I came up here and I turned a corner and a gargoyle surprised me and I wound up rolling off of this level. So there's a gargoyle right here. And so we're going to give him 2 soul spears to the face. And he's going to die. And then we can go up. Grab a soul, grab his spear. There's some more. Frick! You obnoxious. Oh, and now there's another gargoyle. Okay. Alright. Alright, where are you at? Alright. And now both of them got away. Cool. And this is going to take us up to a balcony with the door. No. A window? A something? Well, it is a different roof that I haven't been on. No. More gargoyles. Okay. You know, we can take the time. Alright, that should kill you through your shield. Oh, you put it down just in time, too. Alright. Over here, nothing. Let's get hidden body back up. It's great, because even when you trigger ambushes, you only get kind of ambushed. Because they'll drop down. Based off a trigger, but they won't see ya. Alright, now we should be up on the balcony. Undead bone shards, sweet. And we should be able to kick this ladder down. Also sweet, because that's a long way around. And then an item over there. Member. Okay, double check the outside. See if there were any items. So one of the things that they've got better and better at with these games is the implementation of micro progress. You know, that while you're going through it, even if you're just kind of sucking and dying and like failing everywhere. All right, let's do this head wax thing. They keep putting it in front of me. I got no idea what it does. It's minorly upsetting. All right. They've gotten better at micro progress. So even if you're sucking at it, even if you're not doing well, there's all sorts of things that you can do that are ultimately kind of giving you an overall sense of progress, or an overall really tangible kind of progress. So if you go down a long series of hallways and clear out a bunch of items, you know, consumables, permanent items, whatever, that's then a hallway that you no longer need to ever go down again. And so the next time you come into the area, that's, you know, efficiency. You now know that everything down that way, you don't need to fight. You don't need to spend resources. You don't need to spend resources on them. And presumably a bunch of the stuff that you do get is in turn going to assist you in making further progress in other directions in your next run through the area. And there's a light telling us to come this way. Huh. Is this another drop down? What is the purpose of this? Are you just here to look nice? Don't get me wrong, looking nice is good. Not sure. I think it's this chandelier. Let's try equipment. Firebomb. Nope, that didn't do anything. Oh yeah, I've played a ton of Demon's Souls. Ton of Demon's Souls. Sorry, just trying to center that. Okay, so hitting the chain didn't do anything. Huh. Hum. Is that... what's that over there? Okay. Well, I see a person over there, so clearly there's something. I also see a ladder, and now the snake person up in the rafters is firing little bolts at me. Okay, I think we got to go out this door. It's the only real way forward. Try bonfire. Try bonfire. Are we at the kiln? So one of the things that I've come to absolutely adore about this game is revisiting all of these locations from Dark Souls 1, but, you know, hundreds, if not thousands of years later. Alright, you three look like you have been brought here specifically to kick ass and chew bubblegum, and you are very much out of bubblegum. That's gonna kill me. It did not. I am amazed. Alright, we're gonna try to break line of sight and hopefully... you know, we're out of mana flasks, but we've got Estus. Ooh. We're going to try to get a backstab up on this guy. Ow. Frickin' fake PvP. I'm not built for PvP. Stop giving me fake PvP. Alright, running away. Not running away. Adaptation with Nick Cage is a very, very good movie. I don't think I would call it perfect on one condition, which is that it's really long and rambling. And even though that longness and ramblingness builds up to something, like it pays off in a way that probably couldn't if it weren't as long and rambling as it is. It does make it kind of, I don't want to say a difficult watch, but it is quite a draining watch. Just purely because of the amount of time and energy that it takes to watch through it. And it's also a really difficult movie to introduce people to. So at the end of the day, something that is working along similar lines to adaptation in a different direction, Eternal Sunshine of the Spotless Mind is better, even if it is thematically far different. The Let's see, movies that I hadn't mentioned. Chinatown. Chinatown, I guess. I say movies I haven't mentioned and then immediately mention the one that I've mentioned the most. Chinatown is a absolutely nigh flawlessly built movie that just has the unfortune of having been made by a rapist. I'm really worried about these jackasses. All right. We got two of you lined up. There we go. Oh. Well, that was premature. Yep, heal. Alright, you're still an AI. Which means you're still stupid. Alright, where was I saying? So, okay, Chinatown, Eternal Sunshine of the Spotless Mind, The Fountain. I had another one on the tip. Coen Brothers, Western, New Western, No Country for Old Men. There Will Be Blood. There we go. Sage's Crystal Staff. We got a bunch of good stuff in there. Favorite horror movie? Probably Alien. Yeah, I'd say Alien. I know that feel like, so whenever people ask, what's your favorite something? There's always an internal debate about what kind of an answer do you give. Do you give an answer that is going to please them, like that's going to tickle the parts of their brain that make them feel validated? Like, are you going to validate their hopes of what your favorite movie is, or what your favorite thing will be? Or do you pick something that you feel is going to position yourself with a greater degree of credibility? Do you choose the thing that, even if you really like it, like you do legitimately like it, and you would defend it as a choice, but there is at the back of your mind some reservation about just how much you like it, but you know that it's going to look good. It's going to make you sound astute. It's going to make you sound cultured. It's going to make you sound, you know, in tune. Basically, whatever the values are of the in group that you're speaking to, it will affirm those. Or do you pick the thing that is actually perhaps the honest answer? But then from there, like, is it even possible for there to be a truly honest answer? Because all of these other possibilities are they any less honest? Because how do you really narrow it down? Like, if you're already able to ask these questions and come up with different answers to what you would say in various circumstances, are they then not, by definition, your favorites in those contexts? So it's always a question with multiple answers for multiple audiences, for multiple contexts. And it's fun to think about how and why we answer the way that we do. And yes, I am being kind of ridiculously cautious here and going along the outside because I'm not sure what's up. I hit this space where there's like a lot of different possible branches, and it's saying treasure ahead, but people who leave notes are generally assholes. And so I mean, just look at this thing. Look at this. So you come through a gate and there's a fence all the way around it. So there's this tiny little entrance into this, and then there's treasure, like, just sitting there, way against the back fence. How do you spell trap? No, it's a bluff. Alright. Okay. So there's a giant rooftop area. There's a lower ring with the stairs, and there's an upper ring, and then there's a central thing, pagoda, gazebo. And Angel Smaugs. Oh, wow, yay, just what Smaug needed. He really needed wings. That is exactly what Smaug needed. We're going to go all out on this sucker. We're going to maximize our cast, or minimize our cast time. How? And we're going to get our mana back. Is 3 going to be enough? No. But that was. Alright. Alright, no idea what's going on, but it feels bad. Feels like a bad place, man. hate it when that happens. Oh, crap. He throws his axes. Slab. Sweet. I like it when they auto give you the thing. 'Cause it's like, no, we really don't want you to miss this by accident. Alright. Coming inside. A drop down into the rafters. Alright, so that's a one-way drop. Look at this animal. Look at this beast. Isn't it amazing? Floof break. Small floof break. Alright. I'm gonna Estus. Tight spot. By the way, pointless. Could this be illusory wall? Wait, but no chest ahead. Yeah. Hunter's Ring. I bet that increases agility. Ah, Prince. And then if only I had a rescue. Alright. Okay. So, over there is dome we've already been crawling all over. And then there's stairs up to there. And then there's this drop down. Okay, so we can traverse all the way over there, or we can go into the rafters. I feel a little bit more confident about the rafters just because it's an area, like I know it accesses into an area that I'm already familiar with. Even though the fall basically means death. Also, that guy already can see me. So oh, wait. Wait, what? Huh. Okay. So I can't really go too many places. I am unnerved. This is unnerving. Divine Pillars of Light. Okay. Rafter walking in Souls games. Wait, where did... Snake douche. Wrong spell, but I'll take it anyway, because it's not that bad a choice. Is that going to get over? Yeah. Alright. 2. Do you need a third? Alright. And you don't have an item, so I don't need to stress out about getting down to your level anytime soon. Okay. I'm gonna toss hidden body back up just in case there's something I can't see that's gonna want to start shooting me from forever away. Do not run. Please don't run. That whole part in the crystal cave where you've got to walk along the invisible paths, like that just about gave me a heart attack. All right. I really don't want to make that drop. I think that's the only way to go, is down. All right. Spook. It was not as far a drop as it felt like it was going to be. And is this how we get over to this side? Whee! All right. Let's throw hidden body back up because we are perpetually paranoid. I know people were Oh, hey, 2 chests. Let's see. Odds that one of them is a mimic. What do we want to go? I guess people already know the answer to this question, so it's pointless for me to ask the question. But odds that one or both of these are mimics. Not a mimic. And not a mimic. Wow, they actually exercised some restraint. I am shocked that they actually, like, held off on that. Okay, so then this just lets you back out. Now where are we at? We've got plenty of Estus left, but we're almost out of Ashen Estus. So it looks like we've got to go up those long stairs. Oh yeah, you guys. Wait. How did I get past them? Right, I unlocked another longer elevator. And wait, but I killed them. Did I just run past them? I think I did. Yeah. Okay. Anyway. Tap this bonfire to get our Estus back. And do the fake PvP come back? No, good, they stay dead. Alright. We're back here. So we don't need to go up that way, because we've already cleared out everything over there. There's nothing there. This says boss to me. No treasure ahead. Nothing. Okay. This says dragon. Please spend those souls. Yeah, I think I agree. We are in Concord. We have reached a Concord. Well, we got 4 levels. Say 15 there. I could go higher on attunement just for lulls. I feel like 15 endurance, because that takes up to 102. And then maybe take attunement up to 6 slots just for just because. There we go. I'm down to 17,000. Let's also actually buy some items. Let's see. She doesn't have poison knives, does she? No. The NPC that had poison knives is gone. Just because. There we go. See, there's multiple points of diminishing returns, so 60 is basically as high as it's ever worth bringing int until you've reached just kind of the YOLO point, like you're headed for soul level, who cares, and so you're just going to bring it up to 99 because what else are you going to spend them on? But 60 is actually a pretty good point to bring them. Like, you've gone past the first... you are in diminishing returns area category. Yeah. You are in diminishing returns territory significantly, but 60 is actually the point where the diminishing returns turn into complete and utter, uselessness. I mean, and at the same time... Oh, right, I have an Estus shard to turn into Andre. That one's a little less critical. We can do that next time. Hey, I'm invisible. Why you shooting me? Why you hating? Also, there's like a lot of you, so I'm just kind of not terribly interested. You, however, are a Black Knight. That means you're actually worth killing. And if I can kill a whole bunch of people standing behind you at the same time, let's keep that invisibility up. Oh, spear guys. No, there we go. That's almost who I meant to hit. Come on. Hidden body wore off. Make sure there's no projectiles in the air coming for me. Wrong button. I swear, some of these days, the fact that I actually managed to beat these games just, like, amazes me. I should just permanently change the stream name to Fail Forward. It's far more accurate. Also, look, so I, like, skip everybody intentionally, but now there's items on the ground that I want, and so I'm backing up. And getting shot at. Alright, just stand there. Eat it. Die. Stop moving. There we go. We got large titanite shard. Large titan. Wait, I can buy large titanite shards. I just wasted so much time. Fine. Well, I'm gonna go get this large titanite shard, which saves me like 4,000 souls from just buying one from what's her name, from the Shrine Maiden. I'm good at video games. I'm good at video games. Yeah, I know. It is kind of funny when I just finish So, one of the main benefits of consoles is that, like, the games don't crash. Consoles just work. All right, where am I gonna be? How about that Batman versus Superman? Oh man. So I've had a lot of people. Okay, so I did the comment responses, and in particular, I used the example of okay, so one of Batman, one of the where do I start unpacking this? Oh crap, where do I start unpacking this? All right. Okay. So one of Batman versus Superman's major problems is like the theatrical version has a absolutely awful problem communicating what's actually going on in its plot or why anyone is doing any of the things related to its plot. And even the extended edition, which does a slightly better job of communicating the mechanics of how Lex Luthor goes about doing the nonsense that he does, still has like tons of just awful problems with both its structure and content, like the fact that Lois has a magic bullet which is utterly meaningless to anything because no one ever actually cares. Spear assholes. Is what it was like being an NPC in earlier Souls games where you're just fighting an endless array of people with a shield and a spear? All right. They have a really bad time communicating what's actually going on in the plot or why anyone's doing anything. So Lois has this magic bullet that doesn't mean jack all. It's utterly pointless. No one ever actually cares, and it doesn't. It reveals information way too late. Also, / long after anyone has, you know, cared. It's like, hey, it was Lex, and everyone's just like, yeah, we know it was Lex. Of course it was Lex. Who the hell else do you think it was? And she's like, oh, okay. Actually, wait, does she even ever get around to telling anyone who would care about the bullet? I think in the extended edition, she tells Clark about the bullet out on the balcony, and he's just like, whatever. I don't care anymore. I don't care about anything anymore. Life sucks. I'm so sad. I'm always so sad. Why am I always sad? I'm gonna just go hide for a while. And she's like, oh, okay, don't go. Maybe this is important, but do you care about the bullet? It was Lex. And he's like, I know it was Lex. Shut up. Of course it was Lex. Who else do you think it was? Anyway, so they have a lot of problems communicating that. And then, despite that, in the theatrical version, they decided to leave in the nightmare that Bruce Wayne has while sitting in his Batcave. He has a nightmare involving a bunch of space demons that no one watching, aside from a very tiny sliver of their fans, would actually even understand. Things that have been not at all kind of established or hinted at. It's a finger. And just to make it even better, this is clearly a boss arena. Just to make it even better, the nightmare has a second part. Okay, let's actually pay attention to the boss.
Mind you, the mantle of Lord interests me none. The fire-linking curse, the legacy of lords. But then it all faded to nothing. I've done quite enough. Now have your rest.
Alright, hey Lorian. Alright, I'm probably gonna die. I'm definitely gonna die. Oh, yeah. There we go. Feel that death. Wow. Alright, so I feel like this guy's gonna be kind of hard for a sorcerer to do solo. Also, wait, I know where the bottom of that other elevator is. I think. I know I've seen it. It's back at Lothric Castle. So anyway, they have this nightmare where Bruce fights a bunch of parademons, or no, he shoots a bunch of guys with a machine gun, and then opens a crate. Or no, he opens the crate first. He opens this crate that's supposed to be full of kryptonite, but it's actually just full of it's just got a green lamp inside. And he's like, "What? I got tricked. This ain't no kryptonite." And they're like, "LOL, you're gonna die." And then a bunch of parademons come out and start wrecking people, and he's just like, "No!" And he shoots a bunch of people. And then they capture him and they imprison him, and then Superman rips his heart out, and he wakes up from his nightmare when Superman rips his heart out. Except he wakes up from his nightmare, and Barry, damn it, Barry, is there, and Barry's like, "Yo, man, you were always right about Superman. You gotta watch out. It was Lois Lane. It's Lois Lane. You gotta do something about this." And Bruce is just like, LOL, what? This doesn't mean anything to me. I don't know what you're talking about because I haven't actually expressed my reservations about Superman out loud, let alone formulated them into the kind of thing that I would be always right about. And I don't know who Lois Lane is because that's a meaningless name to me. And I haven't met her, and I've never met her, and I'm only going to meet her once, and we're not actually going to tell each other who we are. But anyway, and so Barry's like, "Oh crap, am I too early? Damn it, I'm too early. Okay, well, remember this thing that I'm saying that you don't actually know what it means because you have no frame of reference for it. And also, this is the past and there's time travel, so your actions might actually completely invalidate everything that I'm saying. LOL, bye." And then Bruce wakes up again. So you have dream sequences within dream sequences, and none of them are remotely relevant to what's actually happening in the movie because no one in that movie cares. And I don't even remember where I was going with this. I'm just angry about it. Something about... Okay, so I used that as an example of hey, here's an example of when bad writing becomes bad editing. Because the editor should have just been like, "Yo, Zach, this doesn't work. This is kind of pointless, and we have a very long movie that we need to cut to a very specific time. And so this is going to have to go." And Zach's like, "No." So it was bad writing because it doesn't pay off and it's pointless. And it becomes bad editing because it's bad and it was pointless and it should have been cut. And I don't know where I'm going. Yeah, and then none of it ever comes up again. Ever comes up again. Batman never tells anyone about his dream. He never expresses any misgivings about it. Um, it doesn't mean anything. Wait, the Dragon Slayer armor bonfire is like. Oh, I know where. Oh, derp. Derp, derp, I know where. I was actually semi kind of almost not quite right. You actually. Well, there's a couple different ways of doing this, and none of them are actually super particularly smooth. Wait, down? Why am I going down? Why am I going down? I should be going up. Sweet. And I do like their double elevators. Go away. I need to pull the switch. No, I need to pull the switch. Go away. I want to pull the switch. Oh, this is awful. Come on. Trigger. There we go. My current thoughts on Force Awakens. I still really like Force Awakens. I very much enjoyed the movie. Um, I understand the sense of repetition that frustrates people. The idea that it is just a retelling of uh, you know, Star Wars. But here's the thing: is that as frustrated as I get, or as obnoxious as I find it, that Hollywood seems intent on simply retelling the same stories over and over and over again. Star Wars is one of the few cases where I feel like it is at least a little bit appropriate, because Star Wars is posturing towards myth. That it is in fact trying to be big and grand and cyclical. Host the Joker. Okay. Cool, bro. You know, that it is already in a vein of retellings and perpetual retellings of this same arc. So I feel like in that context, The Force Awakens being fairly repetitive to the beats and themes of the original is, you know, acceptable. It's a big mythological action movie. That's what it's kind of, you know, that's kind of what it is gonna be, and what it is gonna turn out to be, and what it almost should turn out to be. And a lot of the more particular things that certain chunks of the fan base like to go on about, cough cough Mary Sue, are so ridiculously out of place, given the fact that, you know, that's just how those characters kind of go. You know, I mean, if you want to compare Rey to your Harry Potters or your Luke Skywalkers or your whatever, like, yeah, that's what it looks like. That's what they all look like. But suddenly it's a problem when it's a chick. Yeah, Zelda would be a great example to point to. And Zelda also, I mean, clearly some people have gotten tired of it, but at the same time, like Zelda, it is cyclical myth. And yeah. Rogue One I have a lot more problems with, because Rogue One is trying to break out of the mold. I'm very sad that they did end up going the route that they chose of gutting a lot of Jyn's sassiness. So basically, a lot of her character just kind of hit the cutting room floor. And that's disappointing, because I actually, you know, towards the end of the movie, I actually did start to really want to know more about her, like kind of in a negative way. I wanted to know that in a negative way, in the sense that I felt like they weren't doing a great job of actually telling me. I felt like I hadn't gotten to know her or many of the other cast members quite well enough, nearly as well enough as I would have wanted to. But at the end of the day, I still very much enjoyed Rogue One, specifically because it fit a sweet spot of evocative imagery that I was able to buy into, like that personally kind of tickled my interests. So, but I do also at the same time, like, I'm very aware that that is a personal sort of attachment to it, and that is definitely not going to carry for everyone. Hence my sort of reserved oh, trash. Wow, hey. Oh, that really hurt. Okay, what do we get? More. All right. I have no idea what's going on, but I'm so gonna run out of mana. Ow. Alright, well, I'm out of mana, so we're gonna get in here and we're gonna sort it up. And okay, I only barely understand that fight. Yeah, I think Beckner has begun the final battle was a better phrase. All right. Huh. You know what? Normally I would attempt that like another 1 or 2 times, helping other people, but let's just do this. Let's see if this person with a 2-handed sword. Oh, and this person over here. Hey, come on, come on, come on. Yes. If we can get 2 phantoms, I think we can easily do that. I got 6 Ashen Estus. I also should remove that from my quick. Alright, we got Grateful Dead. And there we go. Slovak. Okay. Where are you? Give me a teleport. Ow. Alright. Let's see if we can actually get one of these off. That's the wrong Estus flask. Stay alive, boys. All right. No, that's expensive. It's a very expensive spell. Please don't waste it. Oh, that's... Oh, Slovak's dead. I still got Grateful Dead. Alright. Alright, so maybe running in there is actually an awful idea, for me at least, because I'm so far away that I can't really get in. I can't see him. I can't see him. Where are you? Oh, crap, 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 crap. Grateful Dead saved me there. Oh jeez. I jolly cooperation. Yeah, heavy soul arrow, great heavy soul arrow is the most efficient damage per FP in the game. Crystal Soul Spear does the most per cast and has a faster casting cost, or has a faster cast animation, so it ends up being superior damage per second. But as you can see, if you miss enough of them, or if you're just not putting the damage on properly, then you just end up running out of mana. That health, yo. Alright. Praise the sun. Praise it. I think what the Souls games could do, because many of them do kind of have an easy mode or a beginner mode of sorts, in that they have, so kind of like, it's like, okay, well, you look at the way that I'm going through it as a sorcerer, like it's a sort of easy mode in that large portions of the game are in fact just straight up easier. Like you can cheese past a lot of stuff, you can take things out at range. And then if you're also on top of that doing co-op and basically getting a couple meat shields to like bash down a boss for you while you nuke it from range, a lot of the game does actually become much more manageable. I think what they could do is, if they want to stick with that style of difficulty scaling, they just need to make it less oblique, so that new players can just grab a hold of the underpinning concepts a lot more easily. And I can't go anywhere else in this room, can I? So one of the things that I learned now 2, Dark Souls 2 actually does this best. So Dark Souls 2 has a lot of incentives for grabbing players or sorry, grabbing summons at the beginning of a zone and bringing them through to the end of the zone. So like having them actually help you clear the zone in its entirety, whereas Dark Souls 1 and 3 are much more okay, you clear your way to the boss and then you drop your soul there rather than dropping it at the you drop your summon sign there instead of dropping it all the way back at, you know, the bonfire or wherever. I think if they went with an incentive system that made it like 2 a lot more, then you would be seeing more of the like, okay, you summon people to help you get through the zone, and yeah, and then you're also going with others to help them clear their zones because, you know, so you are in many ways kind. Oh, and then also 2 has the whole thing where you can join a covenant that severely reduces your odds of ever being invaded. All right, what have we got? 123,000. We can do another level. We might even be able to do 2. 52,000. All right. Where were we going? We were going up some attunement to get up to 6 just because. And then we've also got a Estus Shard for Andre. Oh, so here's a thing. Here's a thing I need to admit. After last week, so last week, not only did I not know about the bones that you burn at the bonfire in order to level up your Estus flask, I also did not know. I had not realized that in this game you can level up your focus. So there were a number of things. So I made it about halfway through the game. Not quite halfway through the game, about a little 3/8 of the way. I made it 3/8 of the way through the game without knowing that you could level, that I had plenty of things to level my Estus flask and that I could level my focus. So yeah. All right, now Sage's Crystal Staff actually looks like it has worse scaling. Show item info. Staff increases the certainty of the cost of increased FP consumption for skills. That actually does not sound like something I want to do. All right, reinforce. I just want to take my court staff up to 10. Yeah. And then I already gave him the Estus Shard, and then I want to go 6, 7.
Be careful.
And I also want to go to the bonfire, and I want to burn an undead bone shard. And
Well, Ashen One.
Wait, what did I get? I got a something. Actually, check key items. Cinders of a Lord. If the lords will not return to their thrones themselves, then let them return as cinders. The Lothric bloodline was obsessed with creating a worthy heir, and when this proved impossible, resorted to unspeakable means. Suffice it to say, the path to linking the fire is a cursed one indeed. Alright, so Yorm returned. Watchers of the Abyss totally returned. Super returned. He's sitting right there. This is Aldrich of the Deep, definitely returned. Wait. There we go. Where's... Oh. The spot's actually down on the ground. Huh. Go back to Irithyll where the Fragon guy... Wait, Fragon guy? What? Oh. I know who you're talking about. Yeah. I forgot about them. The waiters. The waiting troop. What is Floof up to?
Ragdolling.
Floof is ragdolling. Is it time for a Floof break? Alright. It's time for a Floof break.
Oh, she's waking up.
Oh. It can still be time for a Floof break. Alright. It's Floof. Look at Floof. Hey, come on. We're gonna go to a full screen Floof break, assuming. There we go. How you doing? Got a story to tell? Come on. Meow. Huh? All right, she's not feeling very talkative. I was hoping she'd say something, but she is apparently just kind of floofing. All right, Floof. Oh, she's kneading my knee. No. No claws, Amy. Oh, and what are you doing? I don't know. It's adorable. It's so adorable, and it's just off camera. Wait, have I not opened this door yet? Oh, I'm gonna need to remind myself. Okay. think this is the correct direction. Yes. How do you open that other door? I scoured this place. No. There's shade the door. So the Irithyll dungeon door, or the Irithyll dungeon bonfire, there's a door that leads right into the bonfire room that's closed, and I thought I'd opened it already, but now I'm not so sure, and I'm just not sure where that actually like comes from. Yeah, I tried using the key. Like, I've got all the keys. It says does not open from this side. Um... Now, people were actually having... People were having an interesting discussion about whether or not the way that I'm approaching the game is satisfying. And to that I would say there's a couple different things at play. One is that I have already played just huge amounts of these games solo. Huge chunks of Dark Souls 1, Dark Souls 2, Bloodborne. I've played solo, like I've beaten Dark Souls 1 without doing any summons. I've done Bloodborne runs without any summons because my internet wasn't working. So I've already spent a lot of time doing that, to the point that, like, you know what, I'm kind of okay with approaching it in a different way. I don't feel like I'm missing out on anything. Also, I just generally enjoy co-op, and even though, yes, this specific approach does often lead to a lot of, kind of anticlimactic endings to boss fights, as a whole, being able to progress does bring me satisfaction. And I do get that, like, yes, there is a different kind or an additional level of satisfaction if you actually, like, personally beat the boss solo after, 5, 10, 20 attempts. And that's cool. And I've been there and I've done that. It is really cool and it is really enjoyable. but I don't feel like I need to. Because that time, like that, hour that you're gonna spend on the boss, like these are long games. And if I can spend that hour like, seeing a zone that I haven't before. If I do end up spending only like a half hour working on a boss or even less time like doing a boss, because it's like, all right, do it once or twice to kind of learn it with other people and then bring in a couple summons and knock it out of the park. uh you know what, I'm okay with that, because like here we are, we're in Archdragon Peak, so rather than spending the rest of the night, because it's already 10:30, so rather than spending the next hour and a half as a sorcerer trying desperately to dodge, you know, all of the like Hojillion teleporting attacks in that fight, like, hey, look, we get to run around in a new zone, and the body of the zones themselves I'm still doing largely solo, like all of the exploration, all of the item finding, the puzzle solving, and that stuff is enjoyable as well. And like it's not just about bosses, and it's not just about beating bosses on my own. And again, I just want to stress, like, these games are long. I mean, I've been playing at this, like, I've been approaching it the way that I have, and it's still, like, I'm still rolling off cliffs. I mean, I've been playing it the way that I have, and I'm still like 30 hours deep into this game. Probably more. Probably, actually, is there a way of checking in? Is there a way of checking in PlayStation, PS4, how long you've been playing a game? PS4, how long have I played a game? Check time played. Hi, just wondering if there's a way to see this. Game saves usually have total time. Okay. Something, but okay, so what was my point? My point was that I'm still like tens of hours into this game, uh, even though I have been playing it in a way that allows me to shortcut some of the longest learning, or I shouldn't say learning, longest execution barriers. It shows on your save file. Okay. Yeah, I'll check that in a second. We're gonna get this guy up. There we go. And we're just gonna nuke. And we're not gonna do that again. Alright, you're gonna give me an item. Large Titanite shard. Huh. But I got my souls back. Ancient Dragon Great Shield. Titanite chunks. No, I wasn't really familiar with the development of Scalebound, so I mean, it always kind of sucks when a cool-looking game gets canceled, and obviously, like, it sucks for the fans who were looking forward to it. But I didn't have any personal. I have no personal take on it. Ow. Ow. Okay. Run past it. Tail swipe. Oh, hey, an item I missed. An ember. I am kind of inclined to just sit and ping it down from range because I'm a ranged character, and that is the point of being a ranged character. How hard can it be to avoid Dragon's Breath? It doesn't hit that hard. Oh, maybe I should have FP. Just get underneath it. All right, I'm going to admit that I actually already know the thing that you're talking about because it was referenced in a video on ranking Dark Souls bosses from like best to worst. And they're like, LOL, Ancient Wyvern. So easy, specifically because there is a simple... Oh, hey, look. There's a thing there. Is that gonna... Oh, that totally does. Oh, not totally. Okay, just mostly. I guess maybe I was probably hugging it too close. And definitely a problem with getting into that snap range. And... we'll just Bloodborne this. We'll just stand right under the boss. There we go. You just gotta find the sweet spot. Alright, and then I teleported to, okay, somewhere. Alright, and I got my Ember back. I'm almost out of Estus, but cool. Oh, hey, bonfire right there. Sweet. That's kind of weird that it teleported me. I don't really know what's up with that, but okay. I am going to do my normal paranoid mofo, creep around and examine things from semi-invisibility. Touch of summons. Oh, hey, look, there's an enemy standing right in front of me. See, that's why I do that, because my attentiveness... Oh, thank you for going two-handed. That makes it so much easier to just bowl you over. Dragon blood. Drake blood grates. All right. Who are you? You are apparently 8 trillion hit points in a meat sack. Ah! Freak out, start screaming. Everybody start screaming. What? How are you still shooting me? Why aren't people screaming more? Alright. Invisibility, which doesn't seem to matter to this guy. So, Dark Souls 1. You've got those frickin' stupid, the Silver Knights, the Silver Knight Archers, the first time you come across them in any of these games. Pointless. Okay. Well, it's an elevator. First time you come across them in any of these games, you know, one of the hardest parts, people are like, hey, this is even harder than the bosses. So I had a whole bunch of spells by that point. So I was like, all right, I got plans. I know how to do this. So I hidden body, sneak up on one of them. Well, so I hidden body. I get up behind one of the pillars. I hidden body, homing Crystal Soul Mass, and then just basically run up right next to the thing and just chunk it down. It's like I come around the corner and the soul masses all just fly right into it, and just down it goes. And then repeat for the next 3. You had a lot of hit points and a very high resistance. Dragon Tooth and Havel's Great Shield. Yeah, man. You are hardcore. Also, I have a summon sign here, even though... Oh yeah, no, I have my Ember. I have my Ember. I should probably actually go check that... You know what? Yeah, I'm gonna go check that elevator. It's got to do something. I don't care if the person putting down notes said it was pointless. I will decide for myself. It takes you back to the beginning, sort of. Oh, there was also a balcony up here that has a thing on it. Werewolves. No, these dragon cultist things. Frick, I'm gonna die. I really don't like their attack pattern. I should have just gone to Crystal Soul Mass. Or not Crystal Soul Spear. Ah, you're back up. Ugh. Learn your place. Alright, now 2 of them should come out. And they should both eat a soul spear to the face. And down they go. Alright. Back up to caution. Back to cautionary exploration. Tight scale shar. The thing. Now I never need to go there again. And we've got stairs. And a soldier. Wait, where do those stairs... Here we go. Alright, what do we got? Dead end. Stairs down. Gate. Dragon Slayer Spear. A definite lack of mana. That did a lot of damage. Oh. Alright. Alright, you. Alright, piercing damage. And that should get both of them. Good shot. And... Alright, next corner. Alright. Doorway. Okay. There we go. And done. Shard. Nothing. Not a thing. Hide. Glad I did. Okay. Yeah, you're just fighting. Alright. Is this just a... Be wary of death. Alternate... Oh, no, there's ladder. There we go. Ladder goes to where? Get a ring. Got some stairs that just drop down. Okay. All right. Can I go? Yes. Wait a second. Why do I feel like I actually know where I am? Am I back at Undead City? In a roundabout way? Twinkling Titanite. Mimic, probably. Maybe if I actually hit. No, not a Mimic. I'm surprised. That one... They've had a lot more restraint with their plague of mimics for the last little bit. Irithyll Dungeon was lousy with them. It was starting to get kind of impressive. Alright, that's a back route. Help me ahead. Oh, what are you? Aside from ugly. I bet you roll and knock people off. Also that. That was probably actually they helped me. Alright. Alright. What have we actually got? Let's give ourselves a buffer. You actually take less damage per shot than the last guy. Also, there's another one of you little things. Alright. We'll go with Great Heavy, because I feel like I'm going to need to shoot this thing like 800 times. Also, that was not as safe a corner as I thought it might be, and I just double tapped my Estus Flask. Goody. I'm safe there. Huh. Oh, there we go. I found the cheddar. Would you like Gouda or Brie? Now, if you're asking themselves, is Dan one of those guys who in Demon Souls would actually just stand outside the Poison Gargoyle's gate and fire 378 arrows into the gargoyle through the fog gate in order to avoid actually needing to engage it with its twin? The answer would be yes. If you're asking yourself, is Dan the kind of guy who in Demon Souls would ping the Tower Knight with over 800 crude wooden arrows from the top of the battlements? The answer is yes. They've got tiny little fire breaths. They also do actually knock you down, so I should maybe be careful. But they are adorable. They think they're real monsters. They might as well be Pokemon. I have completely lost track of anything resembling a goal aside from, you know, just kind of move forward. Here. Here what? Alright, I'm gonna keep Hidden Body up. Because I'm pretty sure that sucker's gonna try to do what the other one did. Yeah. Alright. We're winding through all of this, and it doesn't seem to be... Okay. I mean, I know where I am in relation to where I've been, but... I don't think that teleport was a great idea in the scheme of design. To travel the path of the dragon, do not ring the great bell. Huh. What? Do not ring? Nothing will remain once the bell has tolled. Visions of victory. Bloodstains aren't really showing me anything. Oh, hey, bonfire. Exactly what I was feeling I needed. Bonfire first. If I want a stando, ring the bell. So people are saying ring the bell. What are here? Put some item. I'm gonna run upstairs real quick and do a drink refresh and someone help me make an informed decision about the implications of ringing the bell. All right, let's talk about the ethics of bell ringing. Ring the bell for ultimate lore. Explore first, then ring the bell. Imagine what. He starts the bell. The area that you can explore will go lost, so explore first, then ring bell. Recommend ringing it after exploration, but the sooner he rings it, the sooner you can sleep. Explore outside the doorway on the right first, and come back and ring the bell. Ring the bell will cut you off from coming back to certain items, some of which are required to progress NPC quest lines. So it sounds like go down here, clear this out, then ring bell. Oh, is that? Oh, that's just a spot of light. This feels like a trap. An ember. Can I open the gate? No. All right. Do I see any items? Not really. Okay. Mass Effect 2 is free on Origin right now. Heck yeah. Mass Effect 2 is awesome. I feel like it's just one of the most redundant things in the world to tell a bunch of people who are watching someone play Dark Souls on YouTube that Mass Effect 2 is awesome. Like there's preaching to the choir, and then there's preaching to a bunch of preachers. And yeah, but still, like, Dark Souls 2 is totally awesome. Or not, well, Dark Souls 2 is actually kind of awesome. Mass Effect 2 is totally unambiguously awesome. You're gonna fall off, aren't you? No, you're just gonna despawn. Oh, God. What? What is this nonsense? What fresh hell is this? How many dung pies do I need to throw on this guy? Come on, man, start taking damage. This is insane. See, now I'm toxic, but fortunately I've got a bunch of blooming purple moss clumps. What the hell? Alright, well, just gonna have to do it. Wait, is he half rock monster, or is that all the poop I threw on him? But got a slab out of it. Aw, yeah. Oh, hey, I didn't know that. Holding up returns you to the first spell on your list. Cool. Alright, I don't think there's anything else up here. Estus. Go invisible. Shoot this guy. Check for items. Alright, I saw someone patrolling up here. And bam, down. Okay. Stairs over here we haven't... Or wait. No, these are the stairs I came down. There's the bonfire up there. Yeah. I don't need to go up there yet. Quite. Alright, one of these jackasses. And... You know what? Let's go Crystal, and hopefully they'll all line up. No, they'll spread out. Ah, you douchebags. No, crap, crap, crap. Yeah, that sort of worked. That worked less so. Oh no! Oh crap! Oh. Oh, I was not expecting that. On the plus side, my souls are right there. Okay, so what did we learn about trying to, like, be efficient rather than being safe? When in doubt, turn invisible. Oh, Amy's coming to visit. Amy, you're gonna tip that over again. You know that's not very stable. Alright, come on. I feel like this is a very appropriate time for Crystal. No, you're gonna tip that over. Ah, frick. I'm so used to never having anything else in my quick belt. No. It's like I'll roll and then I'll do a target lock, and it was like, nope, we're just gonna swing your camera around. You're not actually close enough to target lock. LOL. You're gonna die. You're gonna die here.
Alright, what trouble are you up to?
You're just playing with a piece of paper. That's fine. Alright, what time are we at? Okay. Target lock's getting kind of squirrely all of a sudden. Not that it's ever not squirrely, but like particularly squirrely. We're gonna end up with tons of Titanite shards. I guess that's something approaching a positive. He seriously, like, one-shot me from that far away? What? Wait, I'm back up to 170,000? Eh. Okay. Just gotta find the rhythm. See, we can kill these three all within the span of a single hidden body. And then we refresh. And this guy comes out. And we recover our lost souls. And we're gonna go crystal on this guy. Because even though it takes 3, it casts faster. Come on, target lock. Play with me. Refresh crystal. A refresh hidden body. If we can get here in time, we can maybe clip. No. Not working. Okay. That might have worked. Either way. Now the two big guys should be next. Refresh hidden body. Target lock. Wait for them to get kind of lined up-ish. And roll out of the way of that chain. Third shot, dead. Now you've got actually a bunch left, but you're only gonna take 2 shots. 1, 2, down. Take some Estus. Loot the bodies. Throw up hidden body. Check for items. Tiny little fake monster. Alright. Get the item. Dragon Chaser something. We'll read it later. And same for the other side. Hey, just as I was saying, like, I'm worried about something coming up behind me. Something came up behind me. I mean, sure, it was just one of these little fake monsters. But, you know, it came up behind me. Trust your instincts, kids. Don't talk to strangers. Beware of of fake monsters that want to push you off a cliff. All right. Perfect. Okay. Check around all the corners, check that nothing's going to drop down from up behind you. Wait, am I at the Undead Asylum? Is this the remains of the Undead Asylum? No. Maybe? Twinkling Dragon Torso Stone. Cool. I don't know what that does. Anything else? Yeah, no, I don't. It's not the. It's just evocative of. It's not actually implied to be. What are you doing? Oh, you're trying to get your toilet paper tube? Yeah, get your tube. Get your little piece of foam and your tube. All right. Let's check out some of these items. Okay. Inventory. We got lots of materials. Key items. So we've still got the Cinders of the Lord we haven't used. Dragon Chaser's Ashes. Shrine Handmaid prepares new items. Okay, so ashes for her. Small doll. What did I need to do with that? Small Lothric banner. Bunch of keys. I already know what those keys do. What was that? Dragonstone torso. It's down. Roster 9. Oh, there it is. There we go. Twinkle, gain dragon torso and roar until death. Oh, gain dragon torso and roar until death. Dragon torso stone. Gain dragon. Oh, so I got. Wait. Gain dragon torso and roar like a dragon. Gain dragon torso and roar until death. Gain dragon head and emit dragon breath. Unlimited use. Okay. Alright, those things sound neat. Cool. Yeah, we still got the hedgehog. Clover's upstairs. She's actually running on her wheel right now. I heard her tap 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 when I walked past earlier. All right. What you doing, Amy? What do we got? We got a half hour. Bong. 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 I've got cousins named Michael. So, named Michael Olson. So you've got the same name as my cousin. Wait, why is girlfriend in quotes? You can't just leave it that. Why is girlfriend in quotes? Why is girlfriend in quotes? I need to know. Alright, that's ominous. You're saying I should spend some of these 205,000 souls? Yeah. Yeah, I'll go spend them. Hey, kitty. Oh. Oh, now she wants my hand. Yeah, I've got a small thing planned for 50,000. Just a tiny thing. See, the thing is that this is only going to be 3 levels. I mean, I guess that's something. You know what? Let's... Ah! What are you doing? You're a little terror. She has entered floof terror mode. Wait, vitality. I don't need to increase my equip load. I'm not wearing anything. We'll get endurance up to 20. Alright, I've got ashes. We're going down the road to a tiny city made of ashes. Alright, what do I get from those? Some more embers. That I haven't bought any of. Titanite chunks. I can now buy Titanite chunks. That would be... And then there might be something else in here. If there's something else in there, I don't see it. Or at least it doesn't stand, it's not popping out at me. Your floof caught her first mouse. You should be proud. Mousing is actually... Wait. He's... Face... Oh, I missed the first half of that. Hawkwood Swordgrass. What? Now that that task is concluded, what would you have me smith today? You should be proud if your floof caught a mouse. Mousing is a skill that not all cats have, especially if they didn't learn it from their parents. Yeah, if it's if it's scattered across the living room, then maybe be proud of them for catching the mouse, but not so proud of them for, yeah, every other part of that. What are we at? 36,000, whatever. 36,000's nothing. It was like that new game Triple Plus in Bloodborne, where it's like, oh, you've got 200,000 souls. It's like that's a level. One level. Well, so here's the thing: is it's semi-instinctual cat behavior. So they have the instinct to like chase and catch. You know, and if you play with your cat even like remotely, then you'll know that. Like you know, it's like, hey, they'll chase things around, but actually mousing, basically like actually killing the mouse, is now. Oh, right. Hawkwood is the crestfallen guy here. Okay. Found it with a piece of its head missing, but otherwise intact. So she's... If it was her first one, that's actually pretty good. Because, yeah, it means you've got a mouser. She'll figure out... She knows that she wants to actually, like, kill the mouse, not just catch the mouse. Okay. Let's just do this blind. Oh. Stabbed in the face. Stabbed in the face. Oh, man, that's a challenging... Okay. Alright. Okay, those animations, yo. All right. Hey, on the plus side, it tossed my souls out here. Okay, so they're actually doing something really kind of tricky with this boss. Its animations are all really big and really slow, making it kind of tricky, kind of really tricky to actually predict what it's doing. So it's like these super slow-mo wind-ups and then a really fast actual action. But on the plus side, he doesn't really have that much health, so if I can survive, this gonna be short. Or at least phase one gonna be short. Wait, the Nameless King? Oh, no. I am not ready. Huh. Yeah, that's exactly what that was. That was the moment Dan realizes that all is not going to be well. Um Come on. Lock on. I just clipped him. There we go. Dang it. There we go. I mean, aside from... Alright, time to get John Wicked. That was a very, very not good first phase. Alright, and I could skip that, but it's a useful reprieve. Okay. How many can I get into him before that charge? One. Alright. Ow. Ow. Amy. Ow. No. No claws. You have to jump. No. Ah. Amy, what are you up to? What are you doing? All right, come on. What? Come on. Come here. Come here. Come on. There we go. All right. Say goodnight, Amy. Floof terror. Say goodnight, Floof terror. So fierce. There we go. All right, can you hear her knocking her rolly toy around? I don't know if my mic's gonna pick that up. Okay. Oh, that sucked. Amy could totally take the King of Storm. Alright, so this part's pretty rough, where it starts and he lands like really far out here. I don't know if that statue is actually going to help me at all. Also, I feel like the trick here, that this is definitely going to be a boss that you roll towards on a lot of these. Alright, where, burning. That was going fine until I completely lost track of where they were and then got fire breath. There's a new attack. I think as far that was about as good a first phase as I think I'm gonna get. All right. All right, heal up. Okay. I wonder if Flash Sword is actually gonna be the way for Nameless King, just purely because of his side dodging. I mean, it's risky. It's really risky just because of the what's the word I'm looking for? Range. Being that close. Alright, there's one. Ow. Ow. What an awful first phase. I should just give this one up. There we go. He gave it up for me. Now, this message says no ember ahead. Does that mean there is no summoning on this boss? This is a solo boss. You must do this boss solo. Alright, let's give Flash Sword a try. Purely because. Alright. No. That, however, did make for a very fast, All right. Where are you? There we go. Oh, okay. Forward doesn't work there. Works there. Oof. Okay, can't go through him. He's kind of hard to actually go around the side of. Or at least that, or I just kind of screwed up the angle on going around him. The sword does decent damage. I was doing 200 a swing, but I mean, that's a lot of swings. But, I mean, mana's cheap. It'd take a while, but it would rely a lot less on luck. You know what? We've got... let's try. Let's see if we can get a summon and give that a test, and maybe look at chat for a bit, because I haven't really looked at chat. Yeah, it wasn't very satisfying damage. I mean, it's not pathetic damage, especially for the speed. So the DPS is okay. The DPS by FP cost is actually pretty good, but it's kind of that thing. I mean, the whole thing with a sorcerer build is that you want to land, like, really you're aiming to land fewer huge hits just to end it fast, rather than any sort of endurance type fight. All right. All right, Reinhardt. Let's do this. Give me a chance to watch this guy. That rapier's pretty upgraded, but I mean, at the end of the day, the rapier's pretty much there for... specific circumstances and just kind of finishing mobs off. Quit moving your head. There we go. All right, Reinhardt. I'll let you have the pleasure. Cool. Alright, so target lock's gonna be a pain in the ass. Good to know. Jeez. Okay. Does he have a reactive dodge? Or is that just part of how he moves when he's getting ready to attack? Alright. So he doesn't have an active dodge. He does have a... Frick. Oh, there you go. I distracted the guy for, Huh. How am I gonna do that? So a lot of the bosses or a bunch of the bosses in the game have a stagger condition. Where if you hit them, usually it's if you hit them enough times, they'll go into a parry stance, just like you'd see in Bloodborne. But it's not a parry mechanic in the same way as Bloodborne. All right. So now, under normal circumstances, actually, you know what? Let's do it. Let's. Jolly Cooperation is the name of the game. Come on, let me get Yato too. Can I get both of them? Come on, Jolly Co-op. Jolly Cooperation. Because this would actually be a decent way of ending the night, with a complete anticlimax of me just like getting 3 people to all surround the Nameless King and just like punch him. And just watch. They're both gonna get just chunked. It's gonna be... like, we're gonna get fire breath, and we're all just gonna die, and it's gonna be hilarious. Or I'm gonna be the one to screw up. Like, they're gonna be doing fine, and I'm just gonna take a spear to the face, and this fight's gonna be over in like 10 seconds. Let's see. How's it gonna go? Well, there's a spear to the face. Halfway towards being over hilariously fast. Sephiroth in a nun outfit. Katarina? Yato? Where are you? There we go. Wait, did they need to run? Whoa. Oh, that... I am not a fan of that move. That move is more than a little terrifying. Also, there we go. There's Yato getting... He recovered, but... Alright, Katarina. Alright, my kill. My kill. Poke him with a sword. Take that. Aborted son of Gwyn. Oh, it's so easy with other people. Wait, are you actually? Jordan Parfit, are you actually Yato? Like for reals, reals? I mean, to be fair, the Souls community has, or the Souls games have enabled that by giving katanas a decent moveset and high damage with nominal drawbacks. So that's cool. All right, man. Praise the sun. Okay. So I think that's... Oh, okay, there was an item, actually, that I saw from overhead when I was walking down. Okay, there it is, right there. This. Did I miss it before? A slab. Another slab, yes. Oh, man, I'm loving how many slabs this game is giving out. As opposed to, you know, one bloodstone rock with a second in the DLC per new game. That was a little unpleasant in Bloodborne. And is that another item? I can't tell. Sweet. Wait, so did we just go... We just kind of went around this area previously. Like we went around down off the side here, didn't we? And underneath. The only reason katanas were blah in Dark Souls 2 was because of the repair system. Where, see, now that was a situation where they actually they didn't nail it. I think the repair system in Dark Souls 2 was the seed of a decent idea, but they didn't quite get the balance right. So one of the big problems, of course, going back to one of the controversial changes that they made in the game where they were aiming for where they suddenly switched to aiming for 60 FPS for whatever reason, even though everything had been basically programmed for 30 FPS, and so you had weapons calculating their... weapons were actually calculating their durability degradation on a per frame basis. So like however many frames they spent inside a hitbox was part of the calculation of how much durability they would then lose. So for things like the washing pole, which had a really long sweep, had a very long length, and thus spent a tremendous amount of time inside enemy hitboxes, they would lose durability quite quickly. And then the problem of then going to 60 frames per second meant that wasn't like they didn't rebalance that. So literally everything in the game lost durability twice as fast as it was ever intended to. But even once they did kind of manage to semi-rebalance it, I think the big thing that they didn't manage to do with like the washing pole was that its durability, so it was losing durability super fast relative to its total durability. Or, no, sorry, it was losing durability super fast, period, simply because of the way that the weapon interacted with enemies' hitboxes. But then also, its durability was really low. So you couldn't use it super consistently because it would just break really fast. And that in and of itself isn't a problem, except its damage wasn't high enough to compensate. So if it did really high damage, like if you doubled the washing pole's base damage, then you would be in a situation where it's like, okay, this is the kind of nuke item that you pull out. So it's like, all right, we got something we need to kill, so you save your washing pole for that, and then you pull it out and you get 4 swings in, and it does like an ass load of damage, and then it breaks. You know, that would be kind of the situation that they should have gone for, and they were headed towards but didn't get to. So, yeah. And I want to say I picked up something. No. What have I got? 138,000 souls. That should be enough for 1 level. Two levels. Pretty much on the dot. So there we go. Endurance up to 20. Maybe we'll get a... yeah. I'm trying to look at 2 things at once, and it's not working. Also, we're at 12:10, so we're around the time I would normally call it. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to offer these cinders, and then we'll wrap it up. We will wrap it up. Oh man, I would love to find a copy of Escape from Butcher's Bay. I borrowed it from a friend way back in the day and played it, but I don't have my own copy. And I was like, hey man, do you still have Escape from Butcher's Bay? He's like, nah man, I sold it to GameStop. I traded it in. I'm like, why would you ever do that, LOL? Sell it on eBay. Or just sell it to me. 5 lords sit their 5 thrones, and thanks to thee, most worthy of lords. Ashen one, with the lords as thy witness, bend thy knee afore the bonfire's coiled sword. Let the lord's embers acknowledge thee as their true heir. True lord, fit to link the fire. Cool. And there we are. We are primed for cleanup and the end. I'm trying to think of even what I might have as cleanup. Well, okay, wait. There's clearly that area in Irithyll Dungeon that I didn't get to because there's a door that I can't go through. And a locked door means there's an area on the other side of that door that I haven't gone to. So, I'm not going to kneel. Alright, so we will call it there for the evening. Also, I'm actually not, now that I've done that, and I can only kneel at the bonfire, do I need to, like, run all the way outside the shrine to another bonfire in order to actually travel? Huh. Makes you think. Also, wait. Oh, Oh, there you go. I'm at 60 hours, and I've been cheesing everything. Though, to be fair, I have also left the game on for like a day. So, yeah. Yeah. All right. But there we go. We're wrapping up. I shouldn't say we're wrapping up Dark Souls 3. Did you do the lava pit? The lava pit. No. No, yeah. Okay, that's an area I do know about because people were talking about it in because I had all of my like Twitter discussions about and stream discussions about the Chalice dungeons in Bloodborne, and people were like, "Oh man, they reuse Chalice dungeon assets in Dark Souls 3," and I'm like, "Really?" And it's like, yeah, there's an entire area like the Demon's Labyrinth or something like that, where like the entire thing is built out of Chalice dungeon assets, and I'm like, that sounds like the worst thing ever. Like, just awful idea. And now that I think about it, I haven't gone through that area. Also, when I was chatting with Dan, extra credits Dan, and we were talking about Souls stuff, and he's like, "Oh man, that freaking ballista." I'm like, "What ballista?" He's like, "Oh, it's a Dark Souls 3 thing. There's this area where you're like running around, and there's this tower with a ballista, and you can go up to the top and break it, but there's no point because it's easier just to dodge it than to fight up the tower. Like, just why bother?" And like, in order to actually get to it, you basically have to pass the spot that you actually need to go. So it's and then once you've done that, you never need to run through the area that it's covering ever again. Something like that. I don't remember the specifics, but he was like, there's a ballista that's in a really stupid place, and there's a entire area that's built out of recycled Chalice dungeon assets, and I haven't seen those, so I don't know how to get there. Like, I don't know where it connects through, and I'm trying to think of areas that it might connect through. Let's see. Also, I think there's some. I think back in the super early undead areas, there's a couple cleanup things I could do. Yes, I found the secret area at the very, very bottom of Lothric Castle. Oh, somebody asked that earlier when I found the Dark Shrine. What did I think? Oh man, I freaked out. I really, really freaked out when I got to the Dark Shrine. That was wild. And the implications, like the lore implications, are really kind of weird and cool. Just the idea that, like, so I wasn't sure entirely what to think about it, because there's a few different possibilities that I started thinking of, and I think it's doing that Dark Souls Bloodborne thing where it likes to, it's like just kind of creates implications and innuendo, and then like, hey, there's a bunch of possibilities of what it could be based on that, and there is no actual like correct answer. So the implication that either your condition as the Ashen One is a lot like Bloodborne, in that you are in essentially an altered state of mind or an altered state of reality, and that when you stumble into the Dark Shrine, you have pulled back a curtain and you are seeing the world as it actually currently exists, and that linking the fire is the implication there being that linking the fire is a utterly futile gesture. It's a thing. It's a ritual performed by doomed servants of a dead god, essentially, who don't even realize just how screwed the world actually is, because they don't see the world as it actually exists. And this is sort of one of those layers of like, okay, well, how do you explain diegetically these very bizarre game worlds? And it's like, well, what if the perception, like what is being presented to the player, is not literal, or is conveyed through the unreliable narrator of the camera. And of course, the other implication being, or the other sort of possible interpretation of the Dark Shrine being, that it is it represents a possibility that if you stumble onto it, because you find the eyes there, and you are at that point essentially going into, or, drifting into an alternate timeline where it allows you to see the consequences of failure to link the fire. And so I think that there's those two different interpretations, and neither one of them is absolutely completely true. Essentially, until they reach a point in a future game where they're like, okay, we need this to actually kind of connect, or we're going to put something that back references and dispels some degree of the ambiguity. So yeah, so there's a couple different ways, and it works because as Charles Davis Kennedy is saying, you can't walk out of the Firelink Shrine. You can walk. You also can't walk out of the Dark Shrine, but you can walk into the Dark Shrine. You start your journey in the Firelink Shrine, waking up out of a coffin. Like there is lost space, lost time of unknown quantity between you being put in the coffin and you getting out. So yeah, that's I think a fun possible interpretation, that the world's already dead, and you're just, yeah, it's futile and it's useless. And this goes back to one of the things that we were talking about earlier. I really like Dark Souls. The I don't want to say ambiguity, but the non-committance to actual good and evil. That it's not about good and evil, that the ritual of constantly linking the fire and constantly like preserving the age of fire and prolonging it forever, and this whole process and these cults that end up springing up around that, and the like awful behaviors that it facilitates, like the whole thing with the Undead Asylum in the first game, where it's like, okay, well, here's this thing that we need to do, and in order to keep the Age of Fire going, and so we're just going to take anyone who has the undead curse, and we're just going to throw them here, and we're going to let demons eat them in the off chance that one of them can make it past, because if one of them can make it past, then they're clearly the one who has the potential to be the one to link the thing and do the stuff that we need in order to preserve this Age of Fire. Like this intense fixation that the world has with preserving the status quo by any means necessary, and the awful things that come of that. But at the same time, the Age of Darkness is really awful. But Dark Souls 2 says, well, hey, even the Age of Darkness itself comes to an end. and leads again into an age of fire. And the only thing to truly fear is if the abyss conquers everything and swallows it up. So yeah. So I think I like Dark Souls, is what I'm saying. There's the bottom line. I like Dark Souls. So okay, with that, it's getting late. It's been a good 3 hours. It says I've been live for 3 hours. That's good. So we're gonna wrap it up there. Thanks everybody for coming out. Thanks everybody, especially all the newcomers. Hey, thanks all the new people who found the channel. Really cool. It's been kind of a whirlwind weekend watching that subscriber number kind of skyrocket like a sky missile thing. But yeah, it's been fun, and I hope you enjoyed. This is kind of the general gist of these streams. If you were tuning in, just kind of hoping for some high level Dark Souls gameplay, that ain't it. I don't do high level gameplay. I do mostly, half the time I'm just pissing around on the easy mode in a game that I already know, so that I can talk while we're doing it, and the other half the time I'm playing Dark Souls. So anyway, thanks everybody for coming out. Take care, have a good night, and enjoy the rest of your week.